Alright, we're just gonna do real quick mic check. Alright, we're just gonna do real quick mic check. Alright, we're just gonna do real quick mic check. Alright, we're just gonna do real quick mic check. Alright, we're just gonna do real quick mic check. And one more sound test. Alright, we're just gonna do real quick mic check. And one more sound test. Alright then. Good morning, good evening, good night, whichever time it might be for you right now. And welcome everybody. Welcome to another video yet again on Final Fantasy XIV. Yes, I know. There might be some people saying, I thought you were gone, I thought you gave up and all that, but rest assured I'm still persistent and trying to find reasons to still feel passion for this game. And I may have just found just that. So for today's topic, as it says in the title, is a new Final Fantasy XIV. And so essentially what that means in the great scheme of things is that it means that Final Fantasy XIV is going to change. As the devs, the Final Fantasy XIV developers, have laid out their current plan for the next 10 years with us players. Starting with the patch 6.0 series, of course, which is the current expansion that we're on. And so I want to kind of talk to you all about that as soon as I finish tweaking with everything here a little bit. And we'll discuss kind of what that means. Now, they didn't give a lot of hints to suggest, like, the full 10-year plan, but what's most important is that we understand, like, where they're kind of going with things. So for those of you who are new to 14, or you may have just jumped right into the game or recently, and you don't know about the future plan for this expansion and other expansions to go forward, as well as this development cycle time, every so often the developers of this game will do a live presentation, a live broadcast, and they'll stream to all the players around the whole world, at least those who have readily internet access. They'll stream these live shows, which they call Letters from the Producer Live Part something, They're usually written in Roman numerals, but basically the Roman numerals will end up translating to like 51, 57, and so forth. That's about approximately how many live letters there've been. There's around 50 or so. And in these live letters, they discuss like features and product which they're implementing into the game itself. So, given that in mind, we had a huge live letter not too long ago, which I definitely was paying attention to because, like I said, I still want to hold passion about this game, even though I feel like it's not really much of a game that I want to retain so much due to a lot of factors. But, and I'll bring those factors up actually in this video because they are important to discuss if we're talking about the future of this game. So we can both kind of have a understanding of sorts on what exactly needs to be said and what needs to be done for the sake of the future of this game. So, with introduction out of the way, let's just go ahead and jump straight in. So, after we had that big live letter, they told us exactly what we can expect for, this expansion set series of patches. So it's called the 6.0 series, and it will basically go all the way up to 7.0, which will be, the next expansion pack DLC, and that will include more updates to things, and they've already hinted at some of what those updates will be. Basically, mainly what they want to do past 7.0 is they want Final Fantasy XIV to become a game that's more solo friendly and more inviting to casual players who just want to play Final Fantasy XIV at their own pace and on their own time, when they don't feel like they have to be rushed to get something done or rushed to do anything. Of course, if you're someone who likes to do endgame like activities, then yeah, unfortunately, I can't really say that these features will really be for you. Unfortunately, you're just out of luck there if you're a player who's primarily focused on, like, whoa, what's going on here to our game here? It's like all foggy for some reason. I'm guessing that's part of a weather effect. Okay. I was not expecting that. Sorry. You kind of set things up and then something happens. Well, that's okay. I'll just make some minor tweaks here to kind of fix that a little. Sorry, weather aggro kind of ruins the mood and the video in some ways. I really wish we had a feature in G-Pose where we could just, make it so that it will stay a certain weather, whether that's rainy, sunny, cloudy, um, unique weather effect to the area that you're in. Like, for example, the area that we're in right now, Lakeland, has a couple unique weather effects where one's like a star shower and the other's like perpetual light that just stays dormant. um, anyway, that's just another topic, but basically, if you're someone who intends to be hardcore, I'm sorry to say, but you're out of luck that these new future plans to make this game a little more solo friendly and something you can do on your own time. They're not really going to help you, and you'll probably are just going to have to fork out the extra cash to skip it all if that's your plan. And I mean, that's a huge argument that a lot of people get really heated about in this game in particular, as they say that if you are going to skip, you're missing on so much of the game and so much of the content. And I mean, some of that's true in a way, but it's really up to the individual how they spend their free time. So, just as an FYI, if someone tries to tell you you are playing Final Fantasy XIV wrong, then tell them to shove it where the sun don't shine, because they don't pay your subscription time, and they don't tell you how to spend your free time either. So you can just pretty much ignore anyone who's like that and just keep playing how you want to play, because that's ultimately a message the developers put out there: is play how you want to play this game. Whether you want to be a hardcore player and do hardcore stuff like raiding, hard raiding, challenging type content, then you can certainly play that way and skip the rest if that's your frame of mindset. But if you want to skip, you're going to have to fork out extra dough to make that happen. So I'm sorry, but that's just the way that this game is designed as a philosophy. That essentially, that's really bothering me. Sorry, the background. I really wanted it to just stay fine and not be all cruddy weathery, like making it look like I don't even have anything pretty in the background, but it's whatever. It can't be changed, can't be helped. But basically, yeah, um, you know, this game is not designed to really cater to people who love to be challenged, people who love to get their grind out for hours with, very little gained in those hours. This isn't really that kind of online game. And yes, I have to say online game because really, Final Fantasy XIV isn't that much of an MMO in retrospect. And we could sit here and argue against that point all day long, but it's going to get nowhere, because the reality of the situation, as the developers themselves have said from their own mouths, is that Final Fantasy XIV is and foremost a Final Fantasy title. And what that means for people who've never played Final Fantasy, that basically means that it's an RPG game, role-playing game. You've all played it if you're playing this game. You all know what that means. It basically means that it's an experience meant to be enjoyed solo. An experience where you create your own narrative in the game of what you want to do and what you want to see, etc. Like, that's in essence what role-playing games are, RPG games, is that you're just basically playing the story from your own perspective in a manner of ways. Now, with every Final Fantasy game, there's always a path, a set path where you are going to have to follow for the story. That's not going to change, but how you play the content of the game is where the role-playing aspect comes in. And just having the freedom of having your own player avatar that you create in-game also plays into that. So, like I said, it's tough for people who really want to play this game like an MMO that desires heavy grinds and really hard content. We don't have much of that in Final Fantasy XIV. The hardest thing we have in Final Fantasy XIV realistically is the ultimate fights. And, like I said, people will try to argue that. They'll say, well, we have, extreme trials and we have that Baldessian thing and all that. And then you'll just have to say, no, you talk to anyone who's done that content and they'll tell you it's easy. They will, trust me. They will tell you that it's easy once you get it down. Once you memorize the pattern of the hardcore, the savage raids, the Baldessian arsenals, and the extreme trials, that once you get those patterns memorized, they're easy. And you won't have to struggle or feel much pain after you've pretty much gotten the pattern memorized. Whereas in the ultimate content, that one can throw you for a loop because the mechanics are intensified to a degree where it's meant to push you to use every cooldown and use every tool at your disposal to stay alive in these battles. Like there's heavy DPS check, heavy heal check. That's basically what Ultimate is, and it's basically, the only challenging content that you'll basically get in Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, sure, you can try to solo things like Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High. Those can provide you with some difficulty, but it's not impossible to manage either, because they give you tools which make it so that you can survive those through the end, whether you're with a party or alone. So really, that's not too difficult either for people that get it down and get it memorized. Like I said, getting the patterns memorized makes it just completely a breeze to walk through and do it multiple times. But Ultimate is the only content that's for hardcore players. And understandably so, because the devs, they have the numbers. They have the real solid numbers for the people who do the kind of hard content. And quite frankly, it's not a very high number. It's basically it lines up to only being somewhere around like 15% or 18% of the total player base that does content, basically. So that's very small and insignificant, I should say, compared to the core major fan base of this game, which is strictly casual minded, where they'll more be strictly focused on doing content like the Golden Saucer, crafting and gathering, glamour, hunting, like doing dungeons, or like, the casual raids for glamours, or doing the maps for Gil and for Glamour. That's more so what their main focus is relegated to. Most of the players of Final Fantasy XIV, which is a huge chunk, whereas there's another smaller portion which is mixed. So they're kind of the players who kind of dabble in between some of the challenging and casual stuff. I would say I'm more in that group of in between, because I do enjoy doing extreme trials when I find the desire or the want to, and I do PvP, because that is content that can be a nice refresher from the other stuff. Like, the story is fantastic, and that's the way it's supposed to be for Final Fantasy. That's always been a selling point for their games, of their titles, is it's always been an enriched story, immersion sort of game, where it just sucks you into the world and the lore and really makes you feel like you're a part of the game. So that's pretty much, in essence, what Final Fantasy XIV is trying to do. They're trying to pull in, that player base, that sort of fan base. They're trying to pull that fanboy base in, and let's go ahead and try to get into that. Like I said, I apologize for the people that were wanting to play this game like an MMO, but I'm afraid you're going to be set up for disappointment, because that's not what kind of game Final Fantasy XIV is, and it's not what direction the developers want to go in either. So, let's talk about that. So, what they want to essentially do, the developers moving forward, is they're condensing and solidifying a plan to make basically all of the entire base game, plus the expansions leading up to 7.0. They're going to essentially make them completely soloable. So, meaning that essentially you can get through all of it and you won't have to beg people for help or sit in a duty finder queue for hours upon hours and just sit there being bored AFKing in areas because you're waiting forever and ever trying to find a group for things. Well, they're going to change all that starting leading up to 7.0 by basically enhancing and improving the trust system, expanding it upon A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward to start, Their goal for that by 7.1 is to have all of Heaven's Ward soloable. They said that before 7.0, A Realm Reborn will be a completely soloable experience. You won't have to sit in long queues. You will be able to use NPC avatars, which will assist you in completing dungeons, completing trials that are necessary to do to complete the story quest, which unlocks other features of the game at endgame quarters. Now, that's the thing about the endgame quarters, is that endgame content will still require assistance. So that's not going to change. But the only thing about that is that essentially concurrent endgame content will require assistance. 100%. You will not be able to just jump right in by yourself to that kind of content. You will need the help of other players. As for older content, though, from past expansions, they've actually been enhancing the way you can go about soloing that per se by they've adding this special effect to characters. So let's say you're trying to solo an old extreme trial, like let's say you wanted to solo a level 50 extreme trial and your character you boosted to level 80. So you want to farm that boss by yourself for like a minion or a mount, for example. So you can do that, and if you end up wiping, then you get this buff which makes it so that your HP goes up higher, and you dish out more damage if you're on a DPS class, or you can take more damage if you're a tank or healer. Or like if you're a healer, it boosts your healing potency so that you can heal like triple amounts, and essentially just make you overpowered. And that's just the developer's way of keeping that old content relevant to new players, basically. So, and that's kind of gets where another thing where people clash heads on is there some people in the community of Final Fantasy XIV will clash heads on that and say, well, that's just making the game super boring. You're condensing and making it baby easy. You're holding hands. That's gonna make this game go down the toilet and fail and stuff. But dudettes, come on now. A Realm Reborn is ancient now. Okay, it's 11 now, going on 12 years old, a decade old. All right. Who is still doing content for that era? Tell me, who from that point onward, who's already beaten the current expansion story, who is still doing that old content? Who? Point me out their names and show me videos. You can't do that, then gee, I wonder why. That's because there's only newer players doing that, not the older players. Now, don't get me wrong, free companies, you might have some pretty chill people in your free company, possibly, that will say, hey, like if you ask, say, hey, I want to do this fight. Can you guys help me do it? Yeah, then yeah, there will be free companies and link shells, or like Discord servers, whatever. There will be people in those groups that will be willing to go back and help that person do that content. There are people like that in 14, yes. But not everyone wants to do that. Okay, not everyone wants to go back and spam that old content which they've already probably farmed to death and gotten every single drop from that, every weapon, every crafting material, just everything, So, and that goes into, again, like I said, the um, fact that you are able to get smaller groups to do content with and get a buff that makes you basically almost invincible. Um, it just makes it so easy to breeze through. And once that's done, people are done with that. Don't want to go back. They don't want to go back. And that's just kind of the sad reality of it. Like I said, there will be people that will be more than happy to help, I'm sure. But they're a dime a dozen because internet is internet, people are people. So unfortunately, all I can say to that is good luck. It is not very easy by excuse me, by any stretch of the imagination. Oh boy, and now our weather situation just gets worse. It goes from being foggy, now it's a thunderstorm. Oh boy. I don't know, some people like thunderstorms though. Give me just a minute here. Apologies for that. When I talk fast and talk a lot, my throat tends to dry up pretty quickly. So, sorry about that. But anyway, as I was saying, basically, oh goodness, excuse me again. But essentially, once people have pretty much farmed things to death, they just don't have the energy to go back and do the outdated content stuff, which is unfortunate. But there is some hope. As long as you meet the right people, I guess. Which that can be hard in and of itself. I can tell you, as my 10-year veteran status, what I've learned essentially is that you really won't find a whole lot of people in game unless you go outside the game and you post in places like, you know, a Reddit recruitment thread, or a Discord server or some other manner of like group sort of setting or application, you're really not going to find too many of those people willing to go back inside games so much. And that's really sad. It is. Because back when I started this game, which was a really long time ago, the community was actually very close and tight-knit to each other. They always helped each other out, whether it was for reruns or, to just goof off and do whatever. Like, the community back in that day, in my day of starting, is something I really miss a lot. And I'm sure a lot of players like me feel that same longing to have that kind of community back again. But unfortunately, society has changed around us, people have changed around us, and that's just kind of how life is. You just kind of have to move on and push on however you can in tough situations like this, where you just have to do other things to make something happen. And that's just one of the core issues I think Final Fantasy XIV needs to improve on, is inclusion of activities, wanting to include people more to do grouped activities. And like I said, their focus is to make the game more soloable. But that doesn't mean that they can't, improve the social aspects either. They can, and they will, as long as people are vocal enough about it, and they really push it out there. But one of the factors that makes it kind of hard to push ideas out is largely in part due to the players themselves, okay? A lot of the players themselves feel entitled, and they feel like their way is the best way and your way is wrong. And I hate to burst those kind of people's bubbles, but get bent, because that's not how it works in reality. You're not going to get people to agree or subscribe to your ideas 100% of the time. That's just living in a dreamland that doesn't exist. Like I said, people are people, and they are going to be themselves whether you agree or disagree. And they're going to have their beliefs, and you're going to have your beliefs, and sometimes your beliefs are not going to match up with theirs. And you're going to clash heads, you're going to have disagreements, maybe arguments, but that's counterproductive to the game getting basically anywhere. And we have to do better on that as a community as well. That's something that's really, really dragging this game down, you guys, and dragging it pretty hard, if I'm being completely honest with you here. Okay. The players within the community are really, really dragging this game down. I've seen it happening, and that's why a lot of things that should have happened haven't happened until now. So like 10 years later, right? things haven't happened now because players remained fighting amongst each other rather than standing united and saying, hey, you know what? Maybe this would be a good idea. You know? I can be wrong and you can be wrong. We can both be wrong at the same time. But you know what? At the end of the day, we both play this game because we love it. So let's agree on that point and let's push better ideas forward rather than say that's bad. No, your take is wrong. Unsubscribe if you don't like it. These people, there are really people in the community like this, I promise you. You can find most of them in the game's official forums, mostly. But they exist also in Reddit and Discord as well. I 100% guarantee you that. And I've had my fair share of clashes with these people because there is no point in trying to argue with them. They won't be swayed, they won't change their mind no matter what. Now, I don't know if that's because they're a cranky, old adult in their late 40s or, early 60s or whatever. And yes, there are people that old in this game, too. You thought MMOs were just for kids, then you're greatly mistaken. There are adults who are really old who play this game. And typically, the old are set in their ways. Okay. Rare is there an oldie who will say, you know what? New ideas are okay. Let's go ahead and try them. If they don't work out, then let's keep trying other things, It's really rare to find adults that are old and set in their ways to really change their viewpoints, And there's really nothing you can do about that except just say, okay, whatever, You have your way, I have my way. We'll both agree to disagree. And that's all you can do with those kind of people that do exist within the community. Sadly, regrettably. But for those of us, who do enjoy or 14 are very passionate about that, we know it's not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination. This game has its flaws, but it has its high moments and high pieces. And it has some really special moments that happen in between. But we can't just ignore the imperfections forever and expect them to go away, An example of that: housing, inventory, player versus player content, the Glamour restrictions. We can't just ignore these problems, you guys. So if you really want them to go away, if you really want them to change, then you really need to make a stand with your other players who are also making a stand and saying, hey, I don't agree with this. Can we change it? And yeah, I know there are a lot of bad toxic attitudes too. I know some people give really bad takes when they give feedback And Naoki Yoshida, the producer, has seen this, and he's asked these kinds of people, say, hey, you know, we know you're upset, and that's okay to be upset, but please use your words more kindly, Be more thoughtful and more respectful in your feedback, he's basically was saying, an interview which he did not too long ago with the Mog Station Radio. He's basically telling us in the community, it's okay for us to give feedback if we're upset about something, if we don't agree with something. But you shouldn't say such rude things towards the developers or other players, like saying, you're trash, quit the game, stop playing the game, or these devs don't know what they're doing, they don't care, they're lazy, or things like, I quit this game because it's utter, you know, you know, profanity word. I'm trying to not say too many cussing words in this video because I don't want to get, demonetized. But they really just, guys, if we're going to change these issues and make them go away, then we really, really need to do so in a way that's productive. Strategically productive. And like I said, there are people that no matter what you say, it's just going to go over their heads. Like I said, I don't know if it's because they're old and cranky geezers who can't, embrace change for change's sake. Or if they are just that inclined to believe that things are fine if left alone, because they're really not. And like I said, it's taken 10 years for things to finally get acknowledged. That's really bad, you guys. That's really bad. If it takes another 10 years to get some of these things all done. Sorry about that. Something pops up that shouldn't have popped up. In fact, let me check something really quickly. Okay, we're good. Sorry. I hate when, Windows does this random stuff sometimes. They bring up these random messages that you're like, oh, that sounds not okay. But then you check everything out and it's working okay. But anyway, the community needs to do better. I've said this in previous videos. We need to do better. If we want this game to do better, we need to do better first. If we do better, the game will do better. And if the game does better, then everybody's happy. Everyone gets what they want. Nobody's upset. No one's complaining as much. And that's the kind of message I'll always push out for as long as I continue to look at this game, is that the community needs to do better. Now, the developers themselves also need to do better, too, on their side. And what I mean by that is that they do an awesome job at creating content, and they do an awesome job at giving it to us, bringing it to us. But they lack context on what we actually want. Sometimes a lot of things get lost in translation between the developer and like people in his press and media team. Basically, a lot of things get mistranslated or they get loosely translated, and the developers are scratching their heads, are thinking, okay, I think they meant this, right? And then sometimes even Mr. Yoshida in his live letters will be like, you guys like that thing, right? That's what you said you wanted? Like, he kind of second guessed himself, basically. And like I said, a lot of that is not really his fault. Like I said, it gets a jumbled mess between translation, and that's where the devs can improve better, is that they can get better management to handle, our feedback that we give, so that essentially they know, oh, that's what they wanted. Okay, I understand now. Okay, I will bring this up in the next meeting, team meeting, whatever meeting, and we'll discuss how this can be implemented or how this can be done. So, that is one of the problems the devs have, is that a lot of things, a lot of feedback gets lost in translation or it gets misinterpreted. So, and a lot of that has to do with just, like I said, the teams, the media outlet team, um, all that kind of team that reads and discusses feedback. Um, I guess they don't have enough English, French, or German speakers in their team. Is what I'm kind of getting the idea of, is that they maybe don't have enough like global fluent interpreters. They don't have a lot of those to basically explain to them, you know, what this means when a player's asking for a feature. Like, say, someone's asking, say, hey, I noticed that this bar on the UI looks kind of wonky and it's really too bright. Can you adjust that, make it smaller, or give us the ability to change the color or the style, you know? And then they'll end up translating that as something different, like when it gets to the Japanese, they'll like hear a certain word, and they'll be like they'll be thinking in their head, he said what now? They'll be like, he said what now? He's talking about a car, something about a light switch, you know. So it's and that's, I've studied some Japanese myself, so I know that depending on how you write things and how you say things, it can mean something completely different from what you're trying to say. So you really have to word things very carefully and in a precise manner, to which, the average Japanese person will be like, oh yeah, That! Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yes! Yes! The color on the UI in-game thing, you want that changed. Okay, that's no problem. We can do that. So, it's a tough thing on the developers. So I really think they can, if they can work on that a little bit better. Maybe ask Koji in his spare time, I would say. You know, for people who don't know, Koji Fox, I'm going to stop this weather right here because it's getting kind of annoying. Having the weather change forever. This is what I wanted for the original background. Just calm, nice, very breezy, calm weather. This is what I wanted. And we're going to keep it that way now. Okay. So now, that's something the developers could improve upon. And if they can get that, like I said, maybe they could ask Mr. Koji Fox. He's the head of basically, translation of the game into English. Localization of everything. If they could get him to help in his spare time, help the media team, I think that would help a great deal in getting our points across to the developers, because it feels like a lot of it has gone completely over their head. Like, they don't understand what is being asked by, the teams that they have assigned to, basically follow up with the press and media and what people are saying on places like Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Reddit, all the other popular outlets. They have a really difficult time being able to translate. That's why, we as content creators can help in that aspect in a way, because I know Twitch doesn't have this, but on YouTube, okay, YouTube has a auto transcribe thing where they can translate basically with captions. Sorry, they can translate things into a language that the devs can understand and be like, oh, okay, that makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, that perfectly makes a lot of sense what he's asking now. But those are things I think would help the game's future by a leaps and bounds. If the community and the players can work on bettering themselves, we can work together to better the game. And if the devs on their side, if they can get their translators, their rep teams, if they're representative teams, if they can get those teams to work more thoroughly, more effectively, and efficiently, then I think we'll start to see some really big changes for the betterment of the game. Now, another thing that they're going forward with for the future of the game is they're going to give us a graphical update. Now, I don't know what that's going to mean for the game engine. Like, they have said numerous times that the, hardware limitations and the engine sort of limitations have made things a little difficult to do. And so what ends up happening because of that is they end up having to, rent more space, or they have to essentially, you know, they just have to cut corners and make do with what they have. And that's kind of not good when, their their advertisement team keeps hyping up that this game has several million players worldwide concurrent, that has all these amazing features. It's really not helping the situation. And in fact, with Endwalker, if you haven't followed the news, with Endwalker, they actually had to stop sales and stop advertisements for the game because the server was basically on fire, like legitimately on fire. They were legitimately on fire, and things were about to take a real turn for the worst. And we could have potentially been looking at another, like, 1.0 disaster if Naoki Yoshida and the executive branch, etc., hadn't come together and decided, we better suspend that free trial, and we better stop the ads. We better stop running the ads, and stop selling our game, because if we aren't able to fix this problem, this server infrastructure problem, then we're gonna lose a lot of money. So, and I know I shouldn't be laughing about it, but it is kind of funny when you think about it, because it's like, you guys have had this long. You guys have had this long to fix this problem, so why are you, tiptoeing around it? It's nice that they refund, our sub time to try to placate us, essentially. To say, hey, we messed up, so here's some free game time to apologize. And for some people, that's enough. They take that and like, oh, okay, it's fine, whatever. But not everyone does, and there were a lot of nasty words exchanged, which is why Yoshida made that post in his interview saying, hey, you guys really need to be more polite. You really need to, tone it down, the language, and be a little more respectful. Because we are working our asses off. And it gets tiring, and it wears us out, basically. That's essentially code word in the working industry as, I'm stressed, I don't like my job right now, please leave me alone. That's basically what that is saying. So, or in another way of putting it, I have a million problems and you're one of them. So I don't, I have a million problems and I don't need you I don't need you as one of the to add on to the as one of them. So that's essentially what they're saying with that. So I think it's important for 7.0 that they need to really take a look at the infrastructure again, the engine of this game. They need to upgrade it, they need to polish it, they need to refine it, or they just need to find another engine altogether which can handle it 10 times better than what we're facing with right now. In fact, there's lots of new engines out there that they can pick and choose from and you know, run tests on right now as we speak. They have a ton of those available right now. Like Unreal Engine 5, for example. And what's the other one? There's another one out there that's being used for game development, but yeah, there's that one and the other one. I'm sure there's a couple others too, but they have all these different engines that they can test and run, and I think it's about time they really heavily consider that. Right now, they're not considering it for 6.0, though. That's an afterthought. But 7.0, I think it really, really needs to happen. Otherwise, they're not going to make it through another 10 years. I'm going to be blunt there, you know. Now, this isn't me being rude or being mean. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the facts. I'm not sugarcoating anything, you guys. If you want sugarcoating, then maybe go to another streamer who will pat you on the back and say, yeah, it's okay if this game's on fire. It's okay. You know, that meme with the dog. This is fine. My house is burning down. This is fine. You can go play with those streamers, but I'm not one of them, okay? I'm not going to sugarcoat the situation, so they need to address the problem there, or they're not going to make it through another 10 years. This game will decline if they don't work on seriously upgrading their engine or opting into a better engine that can handle the stress better than their current engine, because their current engine, it ain't gonna cut it. It's not gonna make the cut for another 10 years. It's really not. They're gonna have to keep removing stuff. They're gonna have to keep deleting content. They're gonna have to keep providing less the options like they've been doing. Like, I don't know about you, okay? I don't know about you, but I've noticed these things. And see, now I understand completely why they say it's okay to take a break. Why they tell you it's okay. You go off and play something else while we work on patches, okay? Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, bye. Don't come back. Don't come back until the new patch. Okay, don't come back. You know, I understand now why they say that now. It's because the longer you play, the longer you guys play, the more you start to notice these things. And when you start to notice these things, okay, they don't like that. They don't like that. Because when you start to notice these things and you tell other people about these things, then they don't like that. They're like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, please. Please stop. Please, let's talk about this, you know. Then they start to really sweat. They start to get nervous when you start to talk about these things that you notice. And like I said, I don't know about you, but I've really been noticing a lot of things that have been happening these 10 years. Oh, yes, let's talk about that. Okay, let's talk about that for a minute. And yes, I know this is going to make people upset. Oh, trust me, I know. Because they don't like it when you talk about these things. They're called the White Knights, the defenders of the realm, the keyboard warriors, the neckbeards and sitting in their basements that have nothing better to do but rant and rave on the internet because they have nothing to do with their life besides play games all day. Besides watch internet trends, all that. And they don't like it when you call out the truth. Oh, it makes them angry. They screech. So let's talk about those things. Over the course of 10 years. Okay. They removed datum. They removed hard mode dungeons. They removed other features. And not only that, but they've also reused assets on a lot of things. Mounts, minions, articles of clothing, hairstyles. Yeah, they've reused a lot of assets on things. You don't believe me? You think I'm full of shit? I'm don't know what I'm talking about. I'm mentally deranged, deprived. You don't believe me? Okay. Why don't you play this game then? Go on, play this game for an entire week without stopping. Go ahead, do it. I'm challenging you right now. This is a challenge. You're a coward if you decline this challenge, and I'll call you out as such. You don't think I will? Oh, I will. I will. Go on, call my bluff. I dare you. I dare you. Call my bluff. Go ahead. Go ahead. Play this game for several weeks straight without stopping. For 1 month. 1 whole month. Do every single content. Every single one. Every single one. Don't skip out on leg day on me now. Come on, Chunky. Come on, Fatty. Get up off the chair. Start benching. I'm watching. Okay? I'm challenging you. Do it. And you'll start to notice these things like I have. I guarantee it. I guarantee it 100%. That's going to make the White Knights mad. Oh, yes. The neckbeard keyboard warriors are going to get so frustrated. They're going to have an aneurysm. They're going to have an aneurysm. Their tumor's going to become inflamed. Because they're going to get so mad when more of you start to wake up and realize what I've realized. There's a problem. There's a problem, and it's at the source of it lies the game's engine. The operating system of the whole shebang. Okay? Are we clear on that, guys? Crystal clear? I don't need to talk about that again anymore. We understand? We're all good? Thumbs up? Yes? Okay. Good. Good. So, if they get this game engine fixed, if they upgrade it and they go seriously hard on it, tweak it, upgrade it, or they go for something else that can do the job, this game will skyrocket high. They'll make profits like they've never made profits before. That's it. They just need to upgrade the engine. They really seriously need to upgrade it, adjust it, do whatever they have to, or just completely do away with it and upgrade to a new engine that can take on what the players demand, what their fan base demands. There will be no more complaints. There will be no more limitations. There will be no more apologies from Yoshi P. They need to get that done. Because if they do not get that done, then you might as well start packing your bags now. Start closing up your wallets. Put the debit cards away. And look to a new home. Because if they announce that they have no intention whatsoever to make improvements to their engine, when we know for a fact they can, and they've boasted that they've gotten so much financial backing from the company, and that they have so many players, yet instead of making that game what we're supposed to be made it's believed to be, they're gonna sit there and lie instead. They're gonna ignore the core issues that harbors the everyday player, the average gamer. Now that don't sit right with me. Does that sit right with you? Let me know what you think in the comments. Honestly, let me know. I want to know from what you think about that. Because you guys really should get your wheels spinning. And start thinking more critically. Because this game is a paid live service, I will remind you. That means that you are paying to play this game. So that means you shouldn't have to put up with such poor quality of work. You shouldn't have to put up with, Glamour restrictions. You shouldn't have to put up with a housing system that everyone has said, everyone and their dog and grandma have said is awful. You shouldn't have to put up with, inventory, lack of inventory. And you certainly shouldn't be put up with reskinned of old assets. Because that's a cheap product. And if they're going to keep going that cheap route, I don't know about you, but I want my sub reduced. If I'm going to get a cheap product, then I shouldn't be paying $47 a month. Or $30 a month. $34, $35 a month. I should only be paying $15 to $12 a month. Because that's the reality of the product that they're selling me. Okay. They tried to sell me a product that wasn't actually the product that was guaranteed or promised in the advertisements. They've sent me a cheapened, watered down version of what they hyped up and promised. And that makes me upset. But you know what? I'm not going to say that's the developer's fault. Because it's not their fault. The developers, you guys, they're just the people that break their backs to work. And to actually make content. They don't actually agree with cutting corners, okay? That's all corporate. That's corporate. That's corporate breathing down their necks telling them, make it work. Even if they bring up to their attention, they say, hey, we can't do this. This isn't being fair. Corporate doesn't care about your feelings, okay? All they care about is your wallet. They couldn't care less if you get angry or upset about the game, the product that they sell, okay? Their investors don't care either. You want to know who their investors are? Things like Google, YouTube, Twitch. Niconico TV. There are countless other investors. And they don't give a crap about your feelings. And trust me, if I were to say this stuff right now on the official forums, which supposedly we're supposed to go to give the feedback to the developers on, guess what? If I called out their investors and their corporate, they would insta-ban me permanently. That's very telling, isn't it? If you don't believe me on that, go do it. Go do it yourself. Go bring it up in the official forums. Make a post on it. General discussion. Where everyone can see in your community. Whether that's JP, EU, or NA. Go ahead. Bring up their investors. Ask them why their investors are purposely denying us the things we want. What do we want exactly, you guys? Well, let's go ahead and talk about that too while we're at it. What do we want? No glamour restrictions for one. And also the inequality in the glamour system needs to stop too. Make one version and only one version. Stop adding extra work to your developers. Alright? That needs to stop. The housing system, we've begged you. We've asked you kindly. We've suggested other ideas to you. We've told you it's bad 1,000 times over. What's it gonna take to make it happen? Why are your investors telling us no? Mr. Yoshida, look me in the eyes, dead in the eyes, and tell me why they're saying no. I am calling you out here this time, Mr. Yoshida. I have mad respect for you, but on this aspect I am calling you out. You need to explain to us, your paying customers, your fans, why your investors are saying no to improvements that you know players want. Other things we want. Inventory system that's not heavily limited. PvP, which can be done anywhere without harassment, okay? We're not asking you to make it so that players can automatically attack anyone, okay? You have a dueling system. I've mentioned this in my previous video, okay? You guys have a dueling system, alright? Where people have to initiate the duel confirmation. So why is that so hard to implement that into the open world? You've already laid down the foundation for it, so why is it hard to get it done? We've already asked you for it. We want to have open world duels, okay? Open world PvP duels. This can be done. You've already implemented it in game. You already know how it can be done. So what's stopping you? If you say it's the engine, then we've already brought this up. Change your engine. Upgrade it. Or remove it completely. Add a different engine that can handle things better, smoother. You keep boasting all this money that you get, all this support. So, you need to actually make good on your promise. Otherwise, there's not going to be another 10 years for you or this game. People are going to dissolve away. They're going to forget about this game even being a thing. Maybe that's what you want. I don't know. I'm not a mind reader for Square Enix. Naoki Yoshida doesn't want that. He says he's not going to give up on the game until he's either dead or until he gets removed from the project. And even then, he said if he gets removed from the project, he'll challenge that. But there's things that need to be get done. There's things that need to get done. Other things that we want more character customization. We want more options. And for the aesthetician, we've asked this as well. We want to be able to change our eye color. Instead of having to pay money just for such a simple thing. That can easily be implemented in game. And there can be a lore reason explained behind that. We can justify ether as a means for changing eye color. Ether is basically the lore excuse for everything that we do. Like flying, swimming, all of that's ether related. So why is it hard to basically give us eye color option in the aesthetician? You know, when we can chalk that up to the, if the aesthetician, manipulates your ether a certain way, he can change your eye color with magic, a spell. Okay, that's not hard to do. And I've not seen any of these things listed, by the way, in this Endwalker future plan, or even brought up in 7.0. That's concerning to me. Now, while I am happy that, the game can be more soloable, that more people can play how they want to, more options to be able to play how you want is good. But is that really going to matter? And then having a graphical update where everything looks more pretty and shiny, is that really going to happen? Is that really going to matter? Sorry, I got that AFK time warning. You know what that means. Means that I'm going to get booted if I don't do an activity. But, as I'm saying here, though, there's a lot of things that we've wanted, that we want. We've been telling them. But for some reason it falls on deaf ears. And a part of that, again, part of that reason is because of the investors. Okay, them not caring what we want, but only what they want, the money. Okay. Part of it's because of that. The other part of it is for, like I said, keyboard warriors, neckbeards, white knights. They gang up together in small little groups and they challenge anybody who dares to criticize 14. Okay? Even if that criticism's valid, even if that criticism is true, and they know it is, they're still gonna challenge it anyway. Because like I said, a lot of it could do with people's age. Older people in particular can be set in their ways and hard to change. There are some very rare exceptions, but they're very few and far between. The old people are hard-headed, stuck in their ways. And it doesn't matter how many times you scream in their ear, or you yell to the top of the roof, they're just not going to move. They're going to be unmovable and unchanged in their stance and their views. And that's unfortunate and it's sad, both. But for the rest of us, you and me, we can make a difference if we just work together. We can push away, okay, we can push away the investors. We can push away the corporate mouthpieces that are saying this is good, keep doing it, when it's actually kind of bad, really bad. And developers know it's really bad. Like I was saying, you guys, developers are not our enemy. Okay? They have been trying their hardest this whole entire time. They've been trying really, really hard to please us. Sometimes to insane degrees where it affects their mental and physical well-being. Okay? And a lot of that has to do with kind of the Japanese culture and way of life as well. Okay? In Japanese culture, failure is not an option. It's deeply ingrained into their system, into their minds. That failure is not an option, no matter the cost. If the cost is that we lose content, we lose dungeons, we lose quality, then so be it. That's just how their frame of mindset works. They'd rather have something get done and pushed out rather than get nothing, because nothing equates to failure, and failure means that they didn't do their job, and that leads to disappointment as well as judgment by their peers. And that's the sad reality over in Japan, is that the judgment and scrutiny by their peers, is the worst form of punishment they could ever receive, other than some guy like me or you complaining about something in game. Okay. They are scared to death of the judgment of their peers. And for someone in their peers, their inner circle, saying that they are a failure, a disappointment, they can't tolerate that. It causes them to basically mentally shut down. And that's why Japan in particular has one of the highest suicide rates in any country. Is because that's just their way of life. It's how they're born and raised. Is that failure is not an option. You know, you will make something happen, and you will be proud that you made something happen. Okay. If you're not doing anything, then you might as well not even exist. That's their frame of mindset. It's really sad. Okay. I don't agree with that, but it's a completely different culture that's out of my hand. And it's not within my right to try to challenge or change that culture, okay? But what we can do to sort of help prevent that is offer suggestions and ideas. Give them constructive criticism. Don't chastise them for making a mistake. Don't call them lazy or out of touch out of reality, because that does hurt them. Okay, it still does hurt them when you say things when they've worked so hard on making it work for you. Okay, this is what Naoki Yoshida said from his own lips. Okay, what he said that his team tells him is that, they've worked so hard to deliver something good for the players, but when they say such uncalled for things, it really takes a toll on them. It makes them tired and weak, and they can't think straight, knowing that, like I said, they failed in doing something, or that they didn't accomplish what they set out to do. And like I said, a lot of that has to do with the culture over in Japan. So it's something that you need to consider when you basically give feedback. Is that you should really consider, like, how the devs will take this. And guys, look, an example of the devs working hard on our behalf, when they announced Vieira and Rothgar, okay, as playable races, Naoki Yoshida had apologized and said, "We're sorry, but we can't give you guys more hairstyles and more wearable hats items or head items." He said we need to focus on gameplay. We can't focus on aesthetics. Well, that made a lot of people upset, okay? So they complained about it everywhere, on forum, Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere, okay? They complained about it. And, some of the developers saw that. Someone on the development team saw that. And they basically talked with, whoever's in charge of, coding and making that stuff work. They basically talked to that guy and they said, "Hey, I feel really bad, that they were really expecting this, and, I know our boss said that we need to focus on other things, but you know what? How about you and I work, like, in our own time, and we code this to make sure that it works." Okay. So and they did this under the radar, okay? They didn't tell Naoki Yoshida until, like, way later. They kind of went behind his back, all right? And then and when it finally worked, then they presented it to him. They said, "Hey, boss, we got a surprise for you." And then they showed him. They're like, "Ta-da! Look. Look what we did. We made several of these items work for the Rothgar and the Vieira players." And I'm sure Yoshida got all, choked up and emotional. He's a pretty emotional guy. But then again, most, Japanese are very passionate and emotional. So I'm sure he got pretty choked up about it, and he probably he got so happy about it that he announced it even on the forums. He put out a message. Okay, this is what he put out himself. he wrote it out. Okay, so he wrote it out in Japanese for the Japanese community. Then he sent it to, Koji Fox, who then transcribed it. He hurried and like transcribed it in the best basic way that he could so that people would understand. So Koji, he translated it and then sent it to, whoever the English um, person is for the forums. He hurried and sent the file over to them and say, hey, urgent. He said, please put this out there. It would make a lot of people happy. And so they did that. They tweeted it and they posted it on the forums. And then, Yoshida said basically, hey, we heard your guys' voice. We, a lot of my team took their own time off from when they weren't in working hours, and they made it so that you guys can have like over like 100 item or like 300 items, whatever it was, work for Vieira and the Hrothgar. So please make sure to give them a round of applause and a thanks, because they did so even without my knowledge, and I'm very glad to be a part of this team, etc. So, and their team, it really is like a family too. Like even in when they were announcing Endwalker, for example, and stuff, we all found out that Mr. Soken, the guy who is in charge of producing the music for Final Fantasy XIV, we basically learned that, you know, sorry, I'm just making sure I'm doing something so that the AFK timer doesn't kick back up again. But Mr. Soken was fighting a heavy battle with cancer at the time that patch 5.3 of Shadowbringers was being, you know, released and pushed out. He was in the hospital, but he was still working from his hospital bed too. Even though he could potentially, die or drop dead at any moment from chemotherapy or whatever, stress, the anxiety, the pain. He knew at any moment that could happen. But what he said is that basically all the players were depending on them to make a, a great game, And that was something worth devoting the rest of his life to, he said. And that's just amazing, in my opinion. Mr. Soken is truly a great, wonderful game developer. So he did that. And then he announced that, at the Fan Fest, he said, look, everyone on my family team, I had cancer, and I was fighting that battle. And the only person that he was able to tell at the time that he was suffering that was Yoshida, And he had asked Yoshida even, he said, hey, I know this is a hard thing to ask, but can you not tell any of my members on my team and not tell anyone in development, that I'm going through cancer. Just tell them that I'm feeling sick and that I needed some time off. So he did that. Naoki Yoshida did that, and he got that fully approved for Soken to still get paid, you know, to get his due pay, even though he could have died at any time. He was making sure that Soken was taken care of by going to the CEO of Square Enix and saying, Soken made our project happen and stuff. If we didn't have him, then, we'd basically be in shambles. So we really need to make sure he gets the best possible care that he deserves. And then that's when, after he announced it on stage, because he wanted to tell us, okay, Soken, he wanted everyone to know. He just wasn't ready to tell us until, I guess, that fan fest. And man, he was just having a blast too during that. He was going to town. He was dancing around and going crazy with the piano. And he even sang the Lahi song. Like, man, Soken is just an absolute legend, guys. He is the warrior of light, the bard of light in Final Fantasy XIV. I think he deserves his own character in game too, truth be told. Like, I know Yoshida's the wandering minstrel in game, but I think we should have like the wandering uh you know I don't know how they would say it, musician, maybe, wandering musician. They should totally make that happen. They should have a wandering musician where he basically is an NPC that sells music sheets. They should totally make that happen. They should make that happen. They should make Soken the wandering musician and have him be an NPC where you can buy basically any music track in the game as long as you completed the content that it's tied to. So let's say you've completed a dungeon, okay? So that automatically qualifies you to purchase the background music of that dungeon. I think that would be a cool feature to implement, and Soken really does deserve it, you guys. He's incredible. But yeah, anyway, the developers are not our enemies, is what I was getting at. They are a team, they are a family, and they work hard. Probably harder than most of us will ever work in a day of our life. So I do respect them for their time. But there's factors that work against them as factors work against us. And we have to recognize these factors in order for 14 to survive another 10 years. Because if we don't work on these factors now, while the iron is hot, well, like I said, you'll become like me. You will have packed up your bag. You will have put away the credit card. In fact, my sub is almost out too. Like, I honestly don't know if I'm gonna resub because, as far as I've seen for the plan for the rest of Endwalker, there's not a whole lot to do. There's a new PvP. There's gonna be a island sanctuary sort of farm simulation thing. I don't know how that's gonna work, but it sounds like kind of like you're just gonna like raise minions, they said, and like raise minions to become like mount sized, I guess. So I guess like say you raise a baby fawn or something, then that becomes like a full-grown elk, which I guess you can get elk horns from, like you can harvest elk horns from or something, and I guess that, or like let's say you raise some kind of goat or whatever, and you I guess you can get their milk. I don't know. I'm thinking like a farmer, so that's what comes to mind with this sort of farm simulation thing. Is that you're raising these minions to become like bigger things that which you can then harvest for resources, I guess. And then you're supposed to have like your own like personal gardening area too where you can plant stuff and grow like your own like flowers, your own like vegetable things, which some of gardening can actually give you stuff like this chair mount I'm sitting in right now. Or like that bed mount, or the Thavner onions, which you need to help your chocobo friend level up. That's what a garden can be used for. And then they mentioned something else with the sanctuary, like being you can like put down like structural items. So like landmarks, I guess. It kind of sounds like they're saying like you can put outdoor furnishings in this zone, but like you can't have like a house. There's not going to be such a thing as a house, but like you can make like landmarks, I guess, like ponds maybe, um, like rocks, statues maybe, maybe an outdoor like terrace that you can sit in and just lounge. Like that's what I'm imagining it. Okay, that's what I'm imagining it being like. Is it's just gonna be like sort of this outdoor kind of customizable area that you can just camp out in, I guess. uh, that's what it sounds like anyway. But we'll see how that actually goes, and then there's this new four-man dungeon thing that they're implementing, which they said is going to be have differing levels of difficulty, um, depending on how far you make progress. And they said that this dungeon can be done solo as well. Now that's a big like if though. They said Eureka could be done soloable too, but that's kind of not true. I mean, you can do it solo, but it's going to take you forever. You're going to be sitting there for many days before you actually get done with Eureka, and you're probably going to hate a lot of it before you get finished. So, um, yeah, so when they say something like that's going to be soloable, I kind of have my doubts. Their battle designer, I don't think he knows the word of solo. I don't think he knows what that word means. Because even when Naoki Yoshida tells him solo player, like one player, um, I think he gets that misconstrued and twisted in his head and says, so change nothing. I think is what he gets in his head. So change nothing, but just make it so a person can queue up by themselves. And I'm just like, no, that's not what that means. Somebody please get this man help. Because that's not what solo play means. Solo play means that you know, we can do the contents without the need of help from others. So, I have my doubts, but yeah. But so far, that's only 3 new things. So, of course, there's going to be new ultimates to fight and new raids to fight, but that's not brand new content, though. Okay, that's the content we've already seen and done before. And as I mentioned in my previous video, it's okay to do that. You know, it's not a bad thing if they want to keep doing that for players, but they need to really mix things up when they do repeat these kinds of things. They need to change it up. They need to add puzzles in the dungeon to solve. Like add different routes to take to get to a boss room or something, like they've done before. Like they've done this in raids, 24-man raids before. Okay. They've done this where there's different paths you can take to get to a boss room. Like in one of the evilest raids, you have like this waterway, okay? So you get 3 paths depending on what alliance you're on, and one of the paths you can swim underwater. Another path you just kind of get dragged down like a waterfall, or like a series of like water duct things. And then the other path is just kind of like a straight and narrow path that you just hit a couple switches and then you're like basically there. And then things they can do to change bosses. I really like what they did with the bottom metal boss, where you don't have to fight like the actual boss head on, but instead you have to watch certain mechanics and you have to execute those mechanics. And like you don't lose HP unless you fail all the mechanics, and then it's a wipe. Like it just adds more fun to it, like when you have like a riddle or puzzle to solve, like that bottom middle boss, and like the consequences is so little, you know. Like even if only like one person survives, the fight still finishes, right? Like even if one person executes like all the mechanics perfectly, but like 2 of the others didn't, or the other three in the party didn't, for example, then the other three players would be penalized and maybe lose a little bit of HP, but at least there would still be one player, one man standing, and that would still count as a clear. Like, I want more fights like that. Okay, that would be awesome. And then, like, in one of the more recent dungeons, well, I guess not really recent, but like back in Shadowbringers, they had a dungeon called Matoya's Relic, and in that dungeon, you basically fought a boss which had different transitioning. After you get his health down to a certain point, he like summons water spouts, and you have to jump into the water spout to get onto his cloud, and then you have to kill his water sprites to advance to the next phase. So that was pretty fun too, and I think they need to continue doing that as well. So that's what I highly suggest they do for repeat content. But will they do that is the question, and that's a big I don't know, because when you're hard pressed for time and you have to meet a deadline before a certain amount of time, or that content or project just gets shafted for like a future date, or it just doesn't get implemented at all, then it can be pretty stressful. But actually, while we're on that topic of deadlines and stuff, the devs have actually changed up a bit about the timing of which they deliver new content. So normally we receive an update every 3 months, okay? So like after like 3 months go past, then on the fourth month we would get the content patch, like either on the first or the second week of that month. But now they've added 2 more weeks to that cycle, so now it's going to be essentially 3.5 months, which that's perfectly okay with me. If it means, like I said, if it means that we'll see a better quality introduced into content. Because that's where it really matters. See, if they give themselves this extended time, but then we still see a reduction in content, or we're still seeing reused assets, then that tells me that that time is still not enough, and that they still need more time, or they need more resources, okay? And I gave my honest review of Endwalker, and like I said, Endwalker felt really rushed. And I don't say that to offend anyone or, hurt the devs' feelings. But it does honestly feel like it was rushed. And I know that they had to delay it because Yoshida wanted some last minute changes done, some last minute quality checking done, because he wasn't fully satisfied with what was being published with the original product, so he delayed the launch of Endwalker for, I think it was 3 weeks, or maybe it was only 2. It's probably 2 weeks. But he did delay it, and even with that delay, unfortunately, the finished product was kind of lacking in like quality. Like a lot of the zones are more condensed and smaller in Endwalker compared to Shadow Bringers what zones were, and not only that, but sorry, another apologies for that. I had to clear my throat. Just another bad side effect of having chronic asthma in my lungs is that sometimes it can cause icky gunk to come up the throat, and that ruins my vocal. So, well, doesn't ruin them, but it like agitates them, so it makes my voice all scratchy and nasally. So, I apologize. But what I was saying is that the open zones were smaller and they didn't really feel too great to be in because they were just glorified set pieces mainly, instead of actually having that feeling of being able to explore something and feel like the world is like living and alive. It actually had the opposite effect. The world actually feels kind of closed off and a little bit empty in a way because there's not a lot to explore. So that's really kind of sad, but if there were some factors behind this that they explained, I know. Because of the pandemic happening, they had to push back their development schedule by a significant amount. And people had to learn to work remotely from home, so they had to have difficult hardware until Yoshida got the approval to have them, take their work machines home with them and be able to work at home when their work machines with their work hardware. So that obviously led to some loss in, quality checks and just like a loss of balancing and everything. Plus the chip shortage. Because originally they wanted to have World Visit ready for the launch of Endwalker, but because the chip shortage happened, they weren't able to find servers easily because a lot of the servers had been already purchased or sold out in their normal supplier. And plus there was the shipping disaster going on, so that also put a lot of delays on that. So just a lot of things weren't going in the developers' favors for Endwalker, and it really shows. It does kind of really show with how rushed everything felt in Endwalker. Don't get me wrong, I still enjoyed, you know, a big majority of the story. Like, even some parts in the story didn't really feel like they made a whole lot of sense and they feel kind of jumbled together in order to, kind of push the main point. And, like, just some things didn't really make sense. And especially with the Garlemald section, like, that was the most hyped up moment for when Endwalker was announced. Is people were so excited when Garlemald was there, they're like, yo, heck yeah, finally we're going to that place that we've been fighting this whole time. We get to see what it's like and, see like the kind of cool like technology and gadgets they have. When you get there, it's just gone. It's completely gone, like obliterated. It was demolished, and there's like hardly any Garleans there at all. So you're just like, huh? You're like, what? Why? And then there's also the fact that, we became allies with the one man who could probably have settled a lot of issues in Garlemald, as well as, probably kicked some Fandaniel booty, if we're being honest. He probably could have beat the crap out of, Fandaniel or Xenos as a trust ally. Like, there's such a wasted potential of his character. The one I'm talking about is Gaius Van Belzar. He should have been more directly involved with the situation with Garlemald. Because he was basically set up to be, that sort of guy. He was supposed to introduce us to Garlemald. But for whatever reason, like, it was decided, you know what, no, let's take some irrelevant characters who we've only just met and we haven't developed a relationship with, hardly, and make them the spotlight. That's okay, right? Okay, yeah, let's go with that. Like, oh man, that was such a bad call. Worse still, that, Sid, our Garlean ally of several expansions, okay, the man who could probably tell us exactly how Garleans are like and what important landmarks were where and everything, He was absent the whole time from that story as well. I'm like, I can't face Palm any deeper, You have two characters with which we have established relationships with, who are important to the story, but you completely shafted them. At worst, even the writer made a gripe about that with the characters, If you were playing the beginning of that part, intro to Garlemald, and you talk to Gaius, and he's like, I'm sorry I can't join you. My place is, it's here in Eorzea, in Turncliffe. He says, if I go with you, I might be more a burden than a help because they think they think I'm a traitor. And then Estinian argued against that. He chips it as like, I'm a wanted man in Garlemald too, but I'm still gonna go there anyway. So I'm like, what? How does that make sense? Estinian doesn't care, but Gaius does? Why? Why? And then, Maxima, the character they put in there, okay. Maxima and Lucia, or Lucina, I think. Is it Lucia or Lucina? I can't remember. It's one of those names, but basically, Lucina is meant to be part of the Garlemald thing, even though she long ceased caring about Garlemald. She cares more about Emmerich than she does Garlemald. And then, you know, Maxima, he basically had his whole entire group basically wiped out by, Elidibus. And the Garleans were aware of that. They were fully aware of that, by the way. This is before they became, quote-unquote, brainwashed. And they didn't care. They were just like, glory be to the Empire. Varus is a great emperor. He would never make a bad mistake. Like, oh my god, talk about realism in a video game, right? I mean, that's how it feels like, honestly, real life, Like, oh my gosh. Especially when it comes to relation to a certain leader who we shall not name because politics does not belong in this video nor in video games. So let's leave it at that, okay? Thank you. But so yeah, two irrelevant characters take the lead for Garlemald. It feels bad, man. Feels bad. It feels bad. And then you have this weird dinner date with Xenos. And he basically then steals our body, like literally steals our body. Takes it out for a joyride. And then his Asian ally, Van Daniel, decides, you know what, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna give you a head start to go after your body. It's like, I thought I was supposed to be your enemy. Why are you helping me? Like, that didn't make sense. Okay. And then the moon part too. That makes even less sense. Like, okay, so Xenos and us were about to go toe to toe and punch each other out, or whatever we do. And then all of a sudden, Fan Daniel just interrupts that and he's like, hey, you guys could fight, but I'm gonna go ahead and steal Zodiac, okay? Bye. And then he becomes Zodiac. It's just like, why? Why this exposition? Why? This doesn't feel like it should have been happening this way. So those parts were probably the weakest of the story of Endwalker, I'd say. Everything else was pretty good. I didn't have too much to argue with that. Other than the fact that people seemed relatively calm for it being the end of the world. Like, damn, you know? Give me some of that pacifism, you know? Like, or either that or they're just too tired to care, like they're used to, danger, I guess, on their everyday lives. They're used to, like, the Garleans either trying to blow up their houses or, like, some primal burning down their houses that they just, like, stop caring and they're just, like, shrugging and just like, just another day in paradise. Like, I don't feel like that would totally be realistic in a situation like the end of the world. I think people would just be losing their minds, you know? They'd be like, oh, I gotta get out of here. What's going on? And then the Charlians, when they come along and, propose, hey, we have this spaceship. We're gonna just, you know, jet it to the moon and don't look back. You would figure people would be swarming like Charlian to get their foot in the door, but that wasn't actually happening at all. And even the first area that has it happen to them, and they almost, lose their basically their city. You know, they almost lose their city to like the despair and stuff, the end of the world. Even they are just like, we're gonna tough it out. Whatever happens, happens. It's like, what is this? You know? But then we get to the spoiler area, which, I mean, if you don't want to hear this spoilery area, you should probably mute the video now and wait for like, I want to say 20 minutes. Then unmute or, I don't know, close the tab and then come back in like 20-30 minutes. But anyway, that's all the warning I'm going to give you. So let's do countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, spoilery time. So when we get to the Elpis area, that's when it really starts to kick up the notch. Okay, so we go back in the time basically to a facility which is called Elpis. And in that facility, it's ran by, Fan Daniel. And Fan Daniel, who we had already basically defeated in our own time, he had the answer to solving the final piece of the puzzle. Basically, what was causing like the end of Aetheris, which we learn is our planet's actual name. Like a lot of people believe that Hydaelyn was the name of the planet, but it was actually known as Aetheris. So we go to Elpis. We look for Fandaniel. We find him, and basically he's not really that bad of a guy at all. And we're kind of questioning ourselves, thinking, well, then why was he trying to destroy the world in our time? Like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? You know? It's like they're two completely different people. So we try to spin our heads around it, but we gotta ask Fandaniel, questions about it. We have to say, hey, you know, there's a crisis looming in the future. Can you please tell us how to solve this crisis? But unfortunately, that doesn't work out when we have to deal with another problem, and that's a little birdie girl who gains a consciousness, even though she's supposed to be like a soulless creation, but she somehow gained a consciousness through all of her who sisters who basically all share like one big mind or something like that. Her sisters learned a lot of things from the planets that they visited, and they sent that back to Meteon's mind, and basically she gained a soul of some kind through something that's called dynamis, which is a power that's ran by a person's like willpower, by their soul, or not soul, sorry, but it's ran by their raw like emotional state, basically. And so when she gets this dynamis, she kind of gains a soul, and she doesn't want to break the news to Mr. Hermes, who's Fandaniel. She doesn't want to tell him that, the answer to his question is that life sucks. Life sucks, and, you can either grin and bear it, or you can just give up hope and die along with hope, etc. Oh man, I really don't want to exit. I really don't want to exit because the weather could be completely crap again. I might have to though. Ah, why? Rip. Rip. Major rip. Okay, it's whatever. We'll make do with this. But yeah, essentially, so she doesn't want to break the news to Hermes because she gained a soul through a power known as dynamis. Which was instigated by her sisters, the Metea. And so she tries to convince Hermes, who's having a hard time accepting the position of Fandaniel. She's trying to convince him, like, hey, there's lots of people that are sad, there's a lot of people that are sad or angry. Look at this guy, Asm's familiar. Even he has them. So then Hermes is like, oh, I guess you're right. I'm not the only one alone. So that happens, and then we meet, you know, Crystal Mom, Vina, Heidelin. We meet her, and then she's like, you're from the future, aren't you? And it's funny because everyone gasps at the same time. They're like, what? How is he? How is that possible? That can't be right. And then we just give her like the weirdest look, like the glarish look. It's funny. And she's like, "Yeah, you have my ether magic on you. I don't." And she's like, "I've never even met you before." So that means you're from a time further in the future when I cast this on you. And you're just like, "Ah, crap. I guess the jig is up." So you end up telling her, Emmett Selk, and Hythlodius, or some people like to say Hythlodius, but I like to say Hythlodius. And we basically tell them, yeah, the future's really messed up right at the present time. And that if we don't, figure out like how to stop it, then we're basically doomed and we have to abandon Aetheris to its fate, basically. But we don't want to do that. We want to challenge this fate and we want to save Aetheris. So we end up doing that. We tell them, but Emmett Selk isn't having any of that. He's like, how dare you accuse me of being a lunatic who clings to the past memories and stuff and murdering like millions of people. How dare you? He's like, I don't want to be friends with you no more. I don't want to talk to you. I'm leaving. He kind of has like this little tantrum for a while. But then we learn more about Hermes' plan and everything, and what his goal was with the Metia. His intellecty creatures that he created. And so we have to go to ask him, we have to go to Hermes and say, hey, we know we know that you wanted to do this important work, but we really need your help understanding, you know, what's going on in the future. but, but that's when things turn to dark worse, and then the real Van Daniel comes out, and that's when we learn. Oh crap! He went crazy because of this bird girl that he created. She's the cause. She gained a soul, and basically she messed him up because she didn't tell him the truth sooner. She lied. And then worse, she became corrupted by her own lies, and she became a singer of the end. And she vowed that she was gonna destroy Aetheris, and that's when Hermes lost it, and he's like, you know what? I side with Meteon. He's like, all you guys can get fucked. He's like, you all deserve it. You don't value this life. You don't value the lives of everything else, so you can get fucked. uh, of course, Emmett Silk wasn't gonna let that go, and neither was Vina. So both of them fought to, get us to where we were, and then we kick off the final destination and everything. So the music great of Endwalker, music great as always. Soken, the legend, and content wise, I did enjoy the new quest things that they did. They had these quests where you could actually sneak and follow characters. I like that. Gives the sense of you know, you're part of something larger, and then you have these other quests where you can have your friends or like an ally accompany you somewhere and fight with you. Well, not so much fight, but they accompany you, and you can take pictures with them, hang out with them, be all cool. That was fun feature, a nice fun feature. Now there was a mistranslation with that feature, and that's that they said that you know that they would mount up with you, and I mean, in one instance they do in a way, but that was completely circumstantial, and you had no control over that instance where they mounted up. So I was a little disappointed because I thought, like, if we summon them out, then they'll summon them out. And we can both ride our mounts side by side. That's what I thought. That's probably what everyone else thought too, but sadly it was not so. So you painfully have to, unfortunately, walk on foot. So I think don't don't make us do that again, unless it's only like a couple feet. Then it's okay. But if we're world traveling together with our allies, then please, allow mounts, please. Give our companions the ability to summon a mount when we summon one. That would be great. Thank you. Just for future reference. And then, obviously, of course, you know, what was the other feature I'm thinking of? I think that was it. Yeah, just that. So, and of course, trusts. Hallelujah, hallelujah, they do AoE damage finally. Like, that was one of the main number one complaints about the trust system, is that they, for whatever reason, they didn't use AoE and single targeted instead. So that was a huge relief that they made with the trust system, as they finally gave them AoE chain skill. Saves so much time. So that's that. And then, of course, Reaper and Sage were added as jobs. So, but that's really all I can say about Endwalker, though. Is like, there were some good things, but there were also some bad things. And I would say in this case the good does kind of outweigh the bad, but it's not a good thing though that the login servers had issues making it so people couldn't play. I mean, I was playing because I was basically playing on dead time from my server, where basically no one is really awake unless you're either a masochist or you have bad insomnia, or you're an insomniac, which in my case, as I put out there, I literally have no life. I am physically crippled in real life, so I'm not going anywhere because of that. So I can no life games like these easily. But for others who can only play certain times, sadly they just couldn't. And it took them a couple weeks to finally get that addressed. And like I said, they had to do all that crazy things to avoid a potential disaster for the company, which is not going to be a good thing. So they, like I said, if they are really for sure serious about perfecting their craft and making these next 10 years a huge success, they need to do more than just polish how the game looks. They need to solve a lot of problems, and they need to fix this engine, because this engine is crippling this game a lot. The engine with its backward coding is really not helping the situation for the developers. And I think it's time they started acknowledging it, don't, you know. But we can't dwell on that forever. I need to finish this video because it's getting too long. So anyway, what does the future look like for Final Fantasy XIV as of now? Like I said, the intention for the developers is to make this game more of a solo-friendly experience, where, if you want to play alone and you want to be able to do the things on your own without having to struggle with the sometimes horrendously long queue times that tend to happen, especially when there's a time in game when people stop playing because, again, it's encouraged for you to stop playing the game when there's nothing to do, or when you've done everything that you've wanted to do. You're encouraged to stop playing. But the bad side about that, again, as I said, is that the more you do play, like me, or like I should say like I did before I finally decided I've had enough, and that I do need to take a huge long break, which I did. Like after I finished making those videos for Endwalker, I had quite the nice long break, and I still consider myself on break, but I had to make this video because I wanted to really talk about Final Fantasy's future, future of this game, which I had spent 10 years of my life on and had invested so much of my money and time into, that I really enjoy. And because Final Fantasy, for me, I have a history with it, you guys. As I've said multiple times in my other videos that I've made. I grew up with this franchise. It's my childhood and it's at my heart. So I want this game to do good. I want it to be a phenomenal game, and I want it to be something that I can say I'm proud for supporting and playing. But right now, I can't really say that when I notice so many of its flaws and imperfections that are tearing the game down. Plus, the influence of unsavory influences, such as bad streamers, for example, bad influencers, they call them sometimes, that won't ever tell the truth, because if they tell the truth, then they lose their sponsorship. They lose like a couple bucks of money over just saying the truth, which is disgusting and vulgar. I'm repulsed by those kind of people. And investors, of course, like I said, that don't care about your feelings. They don't care how you feel about the game or how long you've been with the game. They could care less about that. And all this white knighting gatekeeping nonsense that some people have to group up and do. Like, that stuff is just making this future of this game look very bleak. Very bleak and not too bright. And that's pretty sad, That's pretty sad. And like I said, I don't hold the developers accountable for this situation. Who I do hold accountable for it is I hold accountable the players themselves, the investors, and the influencers that lie through their teeth. Those are the people I blame for the situation that 14 finds itself in. And it's time for people like you, me, who has shared the same beliefs to push back against that. We need to call their lies out, and we need to tell more of the truth. Because the sooner we can get that done, then the happier everyone will be. The devs will be happier, we will be happier, and the corporations and these stupid investors will make more money because we're happier. So, I'm not optimistic about the future, but I will offer some advice. I will offer some ideas. And these ideas could very well turn things around. Okay? Let's talk about now, how can they completely capitalize and get the most out of this new future direction that they've chosen. Okay, so let's discuss the solo play aspect first. Okay, if you're gonna go the solo route, okay, then make it so that content that's meant to be done solo is actually capable of being done solo with any job, be it healer, DPS, or tank. You need to make the content that you want to have be done solo be done that way. The other thing is rewards, Glamour system. For rewards, you need to make the rewards more enticing and um, more sought after and worth the time investment to the solo players, okay? If your reward is just the storytelling even in itself, that's not going to be good enough. And you will have players quit faster than you can say hello. Because a story is not going to cut it. It's not going to be enough to justify them staying subscribed. The other thing is you should make more crafting activities that are fun to do. More gathering activities that are also fun to do, like kind of like what's been being done lately. So those need to keep happening as well. Now back to the glamour system thingy. You need to make it less restrictive. As I have said, no, don't make it so restrictive. It's okay for the job theme gear to be locked to a specific job. That's okay. We respect that. And we will not ask for you to have that gear usable by every other job because it's job specific. So that's okay. But what we do want unrestricted is all the other stuff. The green dungeon gear, the raid gear, you know, um, the gear meant specifically to be used as glamour pieces. We want all those unrestricted. No more locking behind level or by job or role. Take those all away. Just do away with them for those specific categories. And you will make a lot of people happy. A lot of your solo and casual base players will be happy with that. And they will play the game just for that alone. For the aesthetics and cosmetics, they will continue to play the game and solo it. Just for that alone. If you make those glamour restrictions completely go away, and not like that, not only that, but when you design gear, only one design, okay? One only. No more inequality between the genders, okay? It's not going to kill guys if they get a piece of like girl undies or they get a cropped top or a frilled dress shirt or a skirt, It's not going to kill them. If they don't like it, then they can change the look of it with the Glamour system using something else that's unrestricted. But there are a lot of LGBT players in 14. In fact, Final Fantasy XIV probably has the most biggest LGBT representation of any game in the entire industry. It's massive how much LBG representation is in 14. Okay? And what that means is, you have people with the LGBT community who aren't afraid to express themselves for who they are. Whether they're a girl who likes to wear casual jeans and t-shirts, then, or, if they're a guy who likes to wear cute, like, ribbons or dresses and stuff like that, or just they're a mix between the two, they will wear, either one of those types of outfits, then, just leave it alone. Just let your designers have one design only. Okay? There's no need for you to keep designing two separate pieces for the genders, okay? Leave one design only. It doesn't matter how feminine or how masculine it is. That does not matter because you have a huge, massive LGBTQ representation within your game. It's very, very huge. And they're not going to care, I promise you, okay? Okay, my developers, my dear friends, my dear developer friends, Mr. Yoshida, Mr. Koji, they aren't going to care, okay, if they get a piece that looks like a dress meant for girls, or panties, or whatever, or long stockings. They aren't going to care. Okay? They don't care. And the guys, what's the problem with the guys? Is there some unspoken rule with you why guys can't wear panties and stockings in this game where there's so many transgendered players in your game? I'm friends with a lot of them, by the way. I have a lot of friends in this game who are trans, or switch, whichever pronoun they choose to identify as. I have a lot of friends like that in Final Fantasy XIV, and they really don't care if they get attire that looks girly and feminine. Okay, they don't care. And the guy characters, as another thing, they don't have a bulge. they barely have an ass to begin with. A buttocks. Okay? So why does it matter if they have panties, girl panties, as an wearable option or not? It doesn't matter. It doesn't, because their ass is like a flat board, basically, and their bulge is non-existent. It's just a Ken Barbie doll, basically. There's no penis, there's no balls dangling between there, okay? You might as well just call it androgynous. Because that's basically what these characters are, you know. They don't have any of that. So I'm telling you, my developer friends, my dev team friends, Mr. Yoshida, Mr. Koji, it doesn't matter anymore, okay? It doesn't matter if that is the case for Glamours. If you do what I'm trying to suggest here, you'll keep your subscribers just alone for that cosmetic of being able to wear whatever they want. Because we're in a different time now. We're in a different era. We're no longer back in those eras where you were heavily, you know, banished from society or told that you're wrong to be that way. You know, people have come to accept people for who they are, whether they're a male or female, or a male that dresses like a woman, or a female that dresses like a guy. We've come to accept these people for who they are. And I think you developers have it in you to do that. I remember you specifically, Mr. Naoki Yoshida, sharing a story with us about how you went on this train station once and you noticed that there was this male person who dressed up like a female on this train ride that you were on. And that you were just so touched by, you know, them being able to express themselves, even though, you know, they had like a lot of anxiety and issues like that. You told us that you were so moved by their action that you figured it's time, you know, in 14 that you developed that same mindset that, you know, it's okay for people to dress how they want to, be who they want to. So you need to keep up with that, Mr. Yoshida. We want you to keep up with that. And, you know, you gotta give the guys character. You gotta give us guy characters as much love and care as you do the female characters, okay? No more no more double designing, okay? One design is okay. Panties and stocking is okay for male characters, okay? It's more than fine. Nobody's going to hate you, okay? No one's going to target you, Mr. Yoshida, for making sure that, you know, guy players receive equal treatment as female characters as finds of design. In fact, we will raise you on a pedestal for doing that. We already do. We'll put you on an even higher pedestal to the point where you're basically the king of heaven, the ruler of heaven. You know. So please just stick with one design. Get rid of these restrictions for Glamour. You will guarantee then keep players subscribed for the cosmetics alone. Because they're going to go do the content either by themselves or with a friend or with a couple friends just to get those cosmetic items. Okay? They will do the content and they will stay subscribed and play your game, and they'll praise you for allowing them to express themselves how they want to be expressed. So keep on that. Keep that in your mind. Keep that in your heart. Another thing they can do, okay, another thing they can do to improve the success and continued the future of Final Fantasy XIV. Improve the character creator settings. People want more options, and they've shown us, with various NPCs in game, that it's not impossible to mix and match different aspects from other races, like eyes shape, nose shapes, mouth shapes, height sliders. They've shown us, that they can do that, and they should. Like, honestly, what I think they should do for character customization enhancement, if they can't add new assets, then instead give all male characters the same options. Like, give them ability to have all the same types of noses and all the same types of eyes and lips. You can keep the race-specific things like tails and like the aura sclera thing or scales, you can keep those tied specific to those races, but when it comes to eyes, nose, lips, faces, like basically facial structure, like head models, I guess you could say, just allow all male characters across the board to be able to share all face structures and all noses, eyes, and lip structures. Just make it all shareable. Make those options all shareable. Ditto for the female counterparts too. Make it so that they have that as an option to be able to share all eye shapes, all nose types, all lip types, And then that will improve greatly the customization by leaps and bounds. And yeah, some people are going to abuse it and make some really silly and monstrous looking created characters. But that's okay, It just spicens the game up, livens things up, But that's all people are asking for, is just give us more options. And yeah, I know people will never give up the butt slider thing until they die. But that's really not the priority here. The priority is just giving us more customizable features, more customizable options. And I know that's within your developers' means. You've made a monstrous character like Valtteri, and you've made chubby Mikote characters in Yulmore. So I think you can definitely do that with other character models as well. Just let us have the ability to try different things out. And you'll see the payoff is worth it. Definitely will be worth it. Housing is the hottest topic. I've proposed an idea for this, for housing. And that's that you stop designing and developing the ward system. Because it's not working and it's not fair. It's not equal. Yes, the whole that system originally it was designed for free companies, and I think that's the way it should stay as well. Because you have so many players and you don't have enough houses for all of them. And I know you've tried to give them apartments, but that didn't pan out so well either because the space is too small and it's only one room. And I know you guys tried to add a furnishing to add like additional floor, but that kind of backfires too because you can't put like beds and stuff on it without having to essentially break the game to make that work. So the apartment thing needs to be abandoned as well. And you guys just need there needs to be a completely housing instance for individual players, okay? And what my idea basically was for that is that for each expansion that you complete, that will unlock a house instance zone, okay? And you can choose one of these zones as your instance house to live in as a permanent residence. And within this instance, I propose that they add an option for you to basically build your own house. And the house can be any size that you want. Whether that's a mansion size house, a medium home house, or a tiny little cottage house. Just give players that option, to do that. And then with this house, you won't even have to keep the house instance within an instance either. You can just make this house like you do with the open map areas here in game, where it's just opens up itself within the instance. And the player can put furniture and you know, sorry if that's distracting. I'm just doing it so I don't get the AFK timer thing. But give us an instance housing area which will outweigh the need for the neighborhood system. Make instance housing more of a viable option than the neighborhood system. Then you won't have to have any more gripes, moaning, or anger and hatred from the players anymore. If you make the instant housing like I suggest, make it so that they can build their house any size they want. And the house should be exactly like how these NPC area houses are. They should just be like that, where you can enter it without triggering an instance. And you can place furniture inside this instance plot. And then for the background of the instance area, make it so that they can customize the background, like change it. So let's say a person wants like mountain range like this, for example, as a background behind their house. Then they can add that, have that as a background. Or better yet, like let's say like I said, the idea with unlocking a housing instance for each time they complete a expansion pack. So let's say they've unlocked. They finished a Realm Reborn. So that gives us three different themes to choose from for a background. So we can have a forest theme like in Gridania as a background, or we can have a desert-esque theme like in Thanalan, or or we can have like a sort of oceanic oceanic view with like a boat in the background, like just ocean, outstretched ocean behind the house. That could be something you could do for the instance housing area. Or say like the Heaven's Ward, they've completed Heaven's Ward, so that means that they unlocked the instance housing zone where it can have like it'll have like snowy mountains as a background, or maybe like you know clouds like they're like on a floating island sort of thing. Like make something like that, for example, as a background for the instance housing zone, or then say Stormblood. Then they can have like like Kugane in the background as they're living in this their instance, for example, or like let's say they wanted to have like underwater like the Shisui Palace, then they could have like an underfloor ocean being displayed behind their background. And then with Shadowbringers, as a background, they could say, let's say, they could have like the light sky sort of background where everything's just perpetuated light, or have it be like the meteor shower thing, you know, kind of make it look a little apocalyptic. And then, or actually no, make the Endwalker one like that. Actually, make the Endwalker one apocalyptic, or like Elpis, kind of like background related, like it just floating in the sky. And then, yeah, that could be something added for these instances. And with these instances housing, people can add outdoor furnishings around their house. They can add their own little private personal garden patch, a chocobo stable, mailbox, whatever. And then people would be all set. They would drop the, they would drop the ward system in a heartbeat for that. And your housing problem would no longer exist because you developers can just keep adding these new instant zones as rewards for completing expansion packs, DLCs. Like you can give the theme of these instances as rewards. And then, like I said, with the house, you can even make the houses themed as well. You know, you can make them themed around the different zones. Like, you can get people the ability to purchase, you know, the walls, or they can craft them. Like, they can either purchase them via a vendor, or they can craft it for themselves. These walls that are themed around different expansions. So we could have an old doll house or Redonian house walls, or Shirogane house walls, or even like kind of like the Crystarium looking look here. You can have that as walls for instance house. Just there's a lot of things that can be really done. And like you can even give these houses balconies, because they would be like just like the NPC housing areas out here, you know, where they just open up without you having to go to another instance. They could just be just like that. They could have balconies on top of them if they are like a medium sized house, or you know, a mansion sized house that a person builds, then they can have it be like that. You can have balconies which they can go on top of and put like chairs or like lamps or something on top of the balcony, or plants. There's a lot of things they could do with an instance housing area. And I think that they should really do it, because that will nip this housing problem finally in the bud. And like I said, because it's going to be a completely single instance for only one person to buy and own, basically. So basically, you would buy like a land title from, like, I guess your grand company, or like some kind of company-esque or like governmental figure within the area, the zone that you want to have an instance house in. So for like the Realm Reborn area, let's say you wanna buy the instance house in that area, then you can buy that through either Maelstrom, Gridania, or the Mortal Flames, or if you choose the Heaven's Ward instance, you can buy that from the Holy Knights, or you can buy it from the Tom, or like, I don't know, the market area of Ishgard, or like Kugane, you can buy it from the Hunt clan, I guess. Like, just that's how I think it would work if it was implemented in 14. Basically, is that you would just get a land title that you'd have to buy with a currency, and then you know that would solve the housing. That's one idea that they can use, like I said, to capitalize on this new direction that they're choosing to go with. Because I think the reason why they chose this new direction is because, you know, they choose it because they want, they basically want to future proof the game, but at the same time, they also only want to work with one audience. Because I think they're beginning to understand now that by trying to please every single individual, like, minority group, it's just gonna be too much work and too much, too much of a problem for them to handle, basically. So I think by them choosing to go the solo RPG route, it just means that they want to focus more on the casual, um, group, which is, like I've said before, is the bigger, majority of these minority groups. There are more casual players than there are players who play for challenging content or for, um, to be like a player like me who likes battle content and likes doing side content, side activities, you know. It's this is they're this game has more players than what my demographic is and what the hardcore demographic is. So not specifically players for like me who can basically no life this game and play it for however long I wish to or want to, but just for the players who can only play this game in like short bursts, like once or twice a week or like on the weekend. That's basically what they're aiming for. So it doesn't mean that me and hardcore players don't have a place here, because the fact that they are still making raids and still trying to make PvP, that just shows you that they haven't forgotten about us. Because let me tell you, if they went embraced full casual, then raids wouldn't even exist anymore. And neither would, the extreme trials or PvP. Those would not exist if they decided to fully embrace casual over those other minorities. Like those contents, they would just be completely dead zones. They'd be dead content basically, and they'd have to either change them completely or remove them from the game entirely. Which I don't think they want to do either of those things, so. And in fact, when it comes to the casual rating, I believe they said that they would like to, expand like the trust system, the NPC system, to that eventually as well. So, which makes sense since dungeons are already doing it, and now they're adding trials as well. trials are being added to this NPC system, so it makes sense that the casual raids will, like the raids that you're supposed to do for like, story and maybe one piece of glamour drop. That makes sense for them to be able to add the NPC system to those specific raids. But as for, like I said, the harder stuff, that stuff will be left as is. But everything basically casual is going to be made to be soloable, made to be played alone. So, I mean, it's good long term, and because the base game is basically finished now with Endwalker, they've said this. That they have said this. I'm not lying here, telling a joke or anything, but they've said that Endwalker is basically the finale of the 2.0, or sorry, the 1.0 through 6.0 Heidelin Zodiac Saga. The first major chapter of this game, they said that it's finished, finad, it's done. So it makes sense then that they would want to make all of that completely solo friendly, because eventually there's going to come a point where nobody does that content anymore. There's going to come a point when we don't have new players anymore. That's going to happen. So before that can happen, and let me tell you, when that does happen to games, that's when developers start to lose resources, when they start to lose funding, okay? And that's why a lot of developers that lose that have to resort to crowdfunding from, their fan base and people that follow them. They have to resort to that crowdfunding because they don't have enough money to keep going with the project. And the company that they work through usually isn't going to give them any more funding if their subscriber count drops below a certain threshold. Then they lose funding and support, basically. So before that can happen, they're working right now, to make sure that players don't have to worry about relying on everyone else to carry them through what may end up as like dead content, basically. Content that nobody's gonna do anymore. Unless they do it for nostalgia. Like I talked about early in this video, once people have farmed things to death, they don't want to do it again. They're burnt out from it, and they don't want to touch it, they don't want to see it. So that just leaves the newer guys hanging, and struggling to get groups, unless they go to outside the game to find basically people willing to jump in, which it shouldn't have to be that way. So that's just how things are going to change from here on out. And I don't know how that will affect the longevity, but we'll find out. I really do hope they continue to develop new types of content. And like I said, it's not like it's a bad thing to repeat content, but they really need to not reuse assets. They need to keep giving the design teams more freedom, more money to create unique encounters, unique bosses, unique monsters, unique clothing items, you know, and unique like hairstyles and stuff like that. They need to keep giving them the resources and money to do that. Otherwise, it's going to get stale really fast. And it's going to get boring really fast. And when that happens, then you lose subs. And like I said, if they lose a certain amount of threshold of subscribers, that's when they're going to lose their support, and their financial backing from the company Square Enix. And they'll either have to decide, like I said, to either do crowdfunding or sorry, I didn't know the dogs had been put out already in the morning. And we have a very loud husky, as you can tell. But I think that's probably a good sign to end this video. So, anyway, I've shared my thoughts and I've given ideas. Sorry about the dog. I can't get him to be quiet because he's outside. And when he's outside, dogs will be dogs. Well, I've given my thoughts on the future that's planned for 14. And I mean it when I say I want this game to do good and succeed. It's come really far in 10 years. I will agree with that statement. But there's just so much work that still needs to be done. Okay, Milo, it's okay. I'm sorry about that. But, yeah. Okay. I guess the dog's gonna do the outro for me now. But, yeah. I still have hopes things can improve and do better for 14. And that's why I decided to make this video, is because I still have hopes and I'll still be watching. I may not be supporting and playing this game as much as I used to be, because I've come to that realization now, like I said, that this game is not meant for me, for players like me. It's not meant for endgame players either. It's not meant for us players, who enjoy the thrill of battle and also like to do side activities on the side. It's not meant for us. And that's okay. Because, like I said, Final Fantasy in essence has always been this single RPG experience where you make your own adventure within the game. You play the story from your point of view. And like, I know they could do better at the point of view part where they could give you like more choice in the matter of what happens, but you know, Square Enix, like people make a joke that he's a small indie company, but they're not a small indie company. They're a corporation. They've got plenty of money, trust me. They're very picky about it. But if they were to go that route with Final Fantasy XIV to give us more choices, more options as far as the story goes, they would need to hire more writers. Because that's a massive undertaking to do. Because you say, okay, so point A leads to ending A. Or like, you start with point A, but you end on ending C, whatever. Like, there's just like so many. Uh, there's so much writing and stuff they'd have to do, and if they wanted to add voice acting, that kind of complicates things too, because that also requires more money and more hiring, which is a process in and of itself. So you'd have to really, they'd have to really hard press the corporation side of Square Enix to allow that. So I don't think they'll ever embrace doing that per se, but that's just how it's gonna be this game. It's just gonna be meant to be played like a Final Fantasy, and that's okay. That is okay. I wish there was more to do battle wise, because it seems we're short on the battle wise, and we have plenty of side activities, but on the battlefront wise, it seems like we're just kind of lacking in options at the moment. So, um, but who knows? That may change. It just really depends. Anyway, this has been a great discussion to talk about, and I hope everyone is doing well. I have some plans to return to streaming, like streaming other video games, for example. Um, I'll see how I can make that happen. It can be kind of difficult schedule wise because of, you know, not being able to have a quiet space of my own quite yet, so I have to work around a schedule to where everything's calm and quiet and where I don't have interruptions like, you know, the barking dog as an example. It can be really difficult that in that regard, but I will try my best and I will keep you guys posted. So have a good day, and I hope everyone does have their views shared with 14, and that everyone can come together eventually and decide, what kind of future this game should take, because we can't just rely on the developers to make that choice alone, because there's too much error for mistakes to happen in that case. So if we band together, come to terms with what needs to be done, then it will get done. So you guys all have a wonderful day, and I will see you in one of my future streams, whenever that may be.